Hello, hello. Hey, Starfighter, good to see you. Sorry, I'm running late today. Ugh. I apparently forgot how to eat, and I had to wash a bunch of peanut butter out of my beard. I wish I was making that up, but it is the truth. Alright. Why did I click into this? I clicked into this because I wanted to look at the programs. So yeah, all we have to do to wrap up this program is get that 5 megameter downrange milestone. Okay. And I know that this program we're already ready for. We have an orbital rocket. I think it needs some tech. Is that right? Do I just need the 56 to 57 solids for that? I'm trying to remember. Because I'm wondering if I take the bigger version of the rocket, so if I take the orbiter, which one did we decide we were actually using? Was it the 1 or the 1B? I think it's the 1. Maybe it's the 1B. Yeah, needs the baby sergeant. Okay, and that's all it's missing. Yeah, this looks suspiciously like the rocket that we're actually flying. Okay. Although this one doesn't have a boot file, so maybe it was the B. Also doesn't have the boot file. This one's cheaper, and I assume that's because it's tooled. Yeah, I should have taken notes. I took notes once, and then I didn't take notes again. Yeah, this one's fully tooled, which makes me think that it's the one that I decided I want to use. And that makes sense. So here's my stupid thought. And it's not even really a stupid thought. If we want to go 5 megameters downrange without messing with intermediate upgrades of the catapult, I'm wondering if I do this, and obviously need to redo that nose cone, but like, this might be all we need? I don't remember if I tested something like this for the downrange or not. But if I set our boot file to downrange, name tag there is engine, that's good. And the name tag on this one, yeah, Zasser. So let's see if this works. If this works for downrange, I'm happy. Let's see, top, bottom, 1.25. Length, I mean, 1.5 is fine. It's a little stubby, but I don't care. And then boot file is downrange. Let's double check the code for that and make sure that So we stage, we wait until stage is ready, wait until engine flame out, we lock steering, then we stage, fire ullage, fire the Zasser. Okay, yeah, the downrange should work. Yeah, the only reason really to do this, if we can do it a little bit sooner, is just maintaining our, what's it called? Reputation. Alright, I think this should work. Let's try it. Appears to have... Oh. Yep. Let's try that. Avionics configure. Science core. We only need like 500. There we go. Now let's simulate this. Um, 13 hours from now? I think it was dark outside, so we'll see if I guess this time correctly. I should have remembered to check that when I was out there. Hey, that's bright enough to see what we're doing. I'll take it. Oh. Let's see. I didn't double check my staging, but it looks correct, so I think we're good. Because yeah, if this works for the downrange, for the 5 megameter, then we can build and launch this basically now, just without the solids on top that push it to orbit, and that's fine. Really, I could even use a different solid for the kick stage, right? I have older solids too, so instead of the Baby Sergeant, we could stick a, you know, a Tiny Tim or the Aerobee solid booster on it. The 2.5 KS. I don't remember. I don't remember the total impulse, but. And yeah, I really do need to take more notes for this, especially since I'm only doing it once a week. Like, reloading the context in my brain is always a challenge. I can also tweak the target pitch and some other things, but... Interesting. Why didn't that fire? Oh, because I'm an idiot. I was looking in the wrong avionics section for the program. I'm surprised this managed to get this far at all with that mistake. with the different programs running on 2 different avionics units. I was like, obviously the booster program runs with the booster. Why does it think the ship is under acceleration? Turn RCS off? That's interesting. Yeah. Well, either way, we could see... Oh, that looks pretty good, except I can't go faster. Okay, we're going to revert back to the VAB, because I need to fix my boot programs. Excuse me. This thing does not need KOS to run. This one does. And that should fix the issue with multiple programs running. Okay, let's rerun that. Dissimilar redundancy. I don't know about that. That was just the Kraken. Let's try to get a cleaner launch than that. It's impressive that KOS's pin controller can keep it pointed largely vertical when it does that, but let's see if we can get... Let's see if we can get a clean run of the program, and then hopefully, if it actually runs cleanly, I can... if it actually runs cleanly, we will hopefully get our 5 megameter, and then we can basically just use this as that last 5 megameter rocket, and then do orbit. And if this can go beyond... Oh, shoot. I forget. Does 5 megameter have a payload capacity? I may have needed to put some payload on this, now that I'm thinking about it. We'll see what I can figure out as far as... tweaking the design. I mean, basically, if I can pull off the solids can at the top. There we go. That's what I wanted. If we can pull off the solids can at the top and use, you know, even if I have to put another solid up there, that's a little less ideal than the Baby Sergeant cluster, we can still we should still be able to hit those further milestones. And then I also, once we hit our sort of first orbit using the rocket we designed last time, I probably want to start thinking about designing an atlas. Because we're doing KOS for all of our navigation, we should be able to have our own nav program that can... oh, I lost the mech jib downrange. Where is it? Light recorder. What's our downrange? 4 megameters? Alright, so this does need to go... 5, no problem. Maybe even 6, if we're lucky. Probably not 6. But 5, no problem with this one. Okay, and that at least finishes up that program and frees up the slots so I can grab something else. Which is good. So yeah, and I think I can make it all the way to Cape Verde. Yep. You know, if you're not nuking Africa, are you really doing rockets right? Because yeah, this is already tooled. And if I use that untooled avionics, what are we looking at? Okay, 3 extra days if I don't tool it. Yeah, it might not be worth tooling that avionics, unless I'm going to do multiple launches with this profile. And I don't think I am. I think this avionics is a one-off. But before I in-queue this, I want to double-check that there's no payload requirement, and I want to check if there is... what the requirements are for the... Okay, yeah, 50 units of sounding payload, so I need to make sure that I get that on there. And that's probably going to make this more difficult. But also, if we look in the early satellite, we have these 6,000 and 7,500 milestones. 50 units of sounding payload. Yeah, to 7,500 kilometers is the last one in this list. So if we can get something that can do this, I'm going to be happy. So let's see if we can. Let's reopen Orbiter, the tooled version. Yeah. You don't have a Baby Sergeant. That's fine. So if we once again take this, actually, let's leave the hollow interstage. Let's do that. And if we just throw a solid that we have on here, what are our options? We've got Sparrow, we've got... I mean, we've got the 2.5 KS, 18,000. Oh, we've got the M5E1. That is a big one. That's a heavy one. I mean... obviously, I need to change this interstage. actually need to make a new file for this, don't I? Because this is going to have an extra stage on top of the downrange. No? Fine. New CurboScript file, downrange long. Wait until Zasser flameout. That should work. All right, back into KSP. You will be... Oh, I probably have to save this, leave, go back so that the scene reloads so that KOS can find the script. Downrange long. Okay. And we also need our sounding payload on this. So let's get that in here. Tanks. Guess just this one. Our diameter here. 169. Okay. Yes, nice. And then we need 50 units, so this has to be longer. Well, and actually the whole diameter of all of this can be different. Let's do that at 0.38. Yeah, then we can do like... you 0.38, and then figure and set a reasonable amount of so this has the 50 units of... There we go. 50 units of whatever. Sounding payload. And then everything else pretty much the same. Obviously the nose cone's a slightly different diameter because we threw a kick stage on here. But these isogrid tanks? Yeah, AL gridded. Oh, this still needs satellite aeromaterial science. Because I put AL gridded tanks on this. What was I thinking? Oh, that's after solids. Why did I... Okay, well, I can do this. That works. I guess I wasn't planning on designing a ship here that would need material science before. Yeah. Because, yeah, these are all isogrid tanks. Anyway, let's see if this is anywhere near to what we need it to do. And this is probably not the best option for an upper kick stage. I should look more closely at my options for solids up there. Also, you know, this super aerodynamic flying launch pad that I have going on is probably a problem, but... we'll see how the, how far we get with this design before I actually have to go in and refine it and think about anything in actual detail. Because if I can avoid thinking about things in actual detail, then I will. Right, good. Uh-oh. What did I do? I heard that boop. Oh! I didn't, That's annoying, but I will just stage this myself since this is a simulation flight, and the script will be correct the next time. I think this is actually significantly worse. Perhaps because of the... Yeah, it is. All right. Probably for a couple of reasons. One... Here, let's go ahead and open the 5 megameter. What's our total DV? 64 Atmos, 75 Vec. $64 to $74. Okay, yeah. Our Atmo DV is very similar, but our vacuum is a little lower, and part of that is this engine. Let us see what our options are for other kick stages. And if I have to wait until I have the tech, then I'm just going to do it, and we're going to fly the orbiter for a couple extra contracts, basically, before we do the actual orbit flight. All right, what are we looking at here? ISP of 200 at vacuum. Okay, this is a much better ISP, even though it's a smaller engine. So how does our overall... Oh, there we go. Double check the staging, but that already is looking... Oh, I don't have the payload on here. Oops. Because I didn't save it correctly. Oops. Go. That's very long, is part of the problem at this diameter. I mean, it should be fine, question mark, but what is the diameter of this thing? 1.8 KS... One sec, I'm gonna Google this. It is an 8-inch diameter, which is 0.2032. Yeah, and that'll get significantly shorter. There we go, 1.7. And again here, 0.2032 or 0.204. And then reconfigure this, fix our DC amount. So 7,800 meters a second of delta V here, which is a few hundred more than the 5 megameter rocket. So it is an option with the Sparrow engine. I mean, the other option is the Tiny Tim, right? Or going up to, like, the Nike M5, which, like, certainly we could do, but the Nike is not really an upper stage engine, and this feels kind of cheesy. M5 E1... Let's see. Diameter. Why would you use decimal feet? .37 feet. Okay, 16.5 inches. That's the number that we're looking Or just do it in meters and call it 0.42. All right, and then these stages, 0.42, probably significantly smaller now. Same here, bottom 0.42. Yeah, this is significantly worse. The Nike has a lot more. I mean, its ISP is not bad in vacuum, 230. But for whatever reason, this is significantly worse than using the Sparrow. Okay, that's looking like Sparrow is the right option. Yeah, let's try it with the Sparrow and see where we go from there. So that's back to, what was it? 0.2032 by 1.75? Is that what I said? Yes. And then here as well, 0.2032. Reconfigure, yeah, that's fine. Eight-inch scale for the decoupler, and then let's be less silly with our decoupler, actually. As much as I like to use the ones that are a little more realistic, I'm going to find... Can I set the ring decoupler with different diameters? No. Okay. So, procedural decoupler then. Shape will be a cone with the top at that 8 inches and the bottom at our 1.25 and the length of like... Oh, this caps out at 1.3. That's funny. Never mind. We won't do that. I guess I could use the interstage again, just like I did down there. Wherever that is. Is that under payload? Yeah. No, that's payload adapter. Sorry. Interstage ring. There we go. That node decouples. Then on the bottom, base of 1.25, top of 0.2032, height of 1. Extra height of 0. Whoops. 0.4. Let's try that. That looks pretty good. And base height of more like 0.5. Hey, I don't hate that at all. All right, engine launch, separate, do that, and then these go simultaneously. Our boot file is downrange long. This only needs the satellite era materials science still, so that is the right name it the soldering iron. It does kind of look like one, doesn't it? Why did I never swap this? I guess because this tank was already tooled and I decided it wasn't worth it. Which might or might not be true. Alright, so I think... yeah, 7,400 meters a second downrange. So this isn't that much more than what we were getting before, is it? Alright, let's sim this. Let's see what it does. If it at least hits 5 megameters, that's great, because that lets me finish off that program. And if it can do 6 or 7.5, then we'll get one more launch out of it, which is always appreciated. One thing that I also have never tested is how far downrange does just the redstone part of this make it? Like if I say just drop a dummy nose cone on the top, like how far does this thing go? If we can get this thing to, like I said, to 6, I'll be happy. I'll be happy if we get 2 launches out of it. And if we can make it 3, even better. And then as we work towards the orbital techs, we can start thinking about start thinking about designing a proper orbital rocket, not the one we've got going on right now. I know I've said this a few times, but I'm definitely excited to see if I can get a proper, like, 1.5-stage Atlas to do its thing. That'll be fun to design and to get the script working for, and I think it'll be a good intermediate step towards a little more complexity. That... how did I end up following this half of it? What? Did I accidentally change the part route? Did I? The front fell off, yeah. What's my route? Okay. And this is running the downrange long, and this is running nothing. Did I, like, typo something and accidentally swap the part route? I'm very confused. Alright, well, the staging looks right. Let's try this again. And then when we load in, I'm gonna right-click on the top avionics and hit Control from here just to make sure that I'm on the right half of the ship. Where's Control from here? Maybe not. let's see if that... I don't know. I have no idea what happened there, why it decided to keep me in the back half. And obviously that would have messed up the PermaScript code as well. Yeah. This, the sort of flights between bumper whack, or the push towards orbital flights from bumper whack up to Explorer 1 is kind of a gap in my US. Having KOS use the control from here function when we get to docking. Yeah. I need to decide when it comes to, if I do this to the point where I have manned missions, I need to figure out what the rules are for manned missions. And my thought is that... Sorry, I was thinking about docking, which made me think about Gemini. But, like, my thought is that, again, stuff that could have been human-controlled, I can control. And the stuff that wasn't, I can't. So that would mean that, like, if I want to do the docking myself, I can do that. But if the launch vehicles need to still be fully automated and things like that. Yeah, I mean, sure. And the Soviet and Russian have always done automated docking. It was a distinctly US with its test pilot astronauts who wanted to be in control of their ships that really had manual docking and manual maneuvering as a regular part of spaceflight. But I think for doing early stuff, especially if I want to do reproductions of some Gemini missions or things like that, then having manual... Oh, that looks very overlofted, doesn't it? Oh, I don't have my downrange again. Light recorder. Yeah, 4.5, and that's my fault. I was playing with the script. This is what I get for playing with the script. I pointed it up a little more, and I think that was actually fine. So we're gonna run this one more time. With the pitch a little lower, because that was definitely very overlofted at 1.8 megameter AP. Oh, anyway, I was saying this kind of space between Bumper Whack and Explorer 1 is a gap in my US space program knowledge, so I don't really know what I should be trying to replicate here for these like 6 and 7.5 megameter contracts. Which is why there's a lot more of this experimentation and playing with some of the parts that I know and how they were used. And, you know. Let's see how this is doing. And if this doesn't work, I'm going to give up. I'm going to go back to the version that I tested that just has the nose cone on the top of it and nothing else. And, oh, that version didn't have the payload on it, though. So, never mind. That version's not going to be what we fly. But as far as this one goes, with this payload and these engines, that's what we're going to use. I don't want to spend much more time messing with what is ultimately a couple of unnecessary flights. All right. That looks like it'll hit 5 megameters. Barely. Do we do one more test flight pitched down a little lower to see if that... Oh, no, we've got plenty of buffer here, because we're not into the atmosphere very far yet. Yeah, almost 5.2. I think we're okay. Cool. So this will do 5 megameters. It won't do 7, but that's okay. The 6 and the 7.5 were really... And, you know, all of my rockets are less efficient than their real-life counterparts anyway. So... yeah, I'm fine with this. Soldering iron, ready. Alright, so this just needs satellite era material science. This will finish that 5 megameter contract for us. And then we work towards the solids to get up to our first orbit. I distracted myself halfway through a thought. I was saying all of my ships are kind of less efficient than their real-life counterparts, partly because my designs, partly because of my orbital or insertion, right? The really simple program that I'm using. I'm sure partly because of, you know, drag and physics models not being totally accurate as well, but like the real world Explorer 1 compared to my orbiter that I designed, like there was none of this intermediate stage on the real world one. That is an entire extra stage that I had to throw in there that's capable of, like, I don't know, like 1,000 meters a second of delta V to get this thing actually up to what it needs for orbit and for it to be able to hit it consistently. So, and you know, the diameter of my rocket isn't quite the same as an actual redstone, and there's some other stuff, but where is the soldering iron? And this thing needs some painting, is what it needs. And then I need to copy the same paint job over to the other... Well, yeah. copy the same paint job over to the other rocket. But I think this is different enough from my earlier launches that I want to give it a new paint scheme. Let's see. It's closer to 4x than 4.5. Do I like that boat tail? I think it's fine. I could play with it, but... I kind of like that. Obviously, I need to pick some different colors, but... Do we keep, some kind of orange in our color scheme? I think we need to. But maybe not as the main color. Maybe we've got white paint there with the orange on the stripes. Oh, that's a pipe, so that needs to be an exposed, let's see. Yeah. And then the mount. I should be using the beige white. The beige white is always just a little more, yeah, a little more rockety looking. All right. I don't hate that. It's not, like, super interesting or detailed, but it gets the job done. And then the actual... I mean, do I make the wings my orange paint? I think so. With the trailing edge in the beige. We're getting there. And then for the avionics, I think I had explicitly wanted to do something with... I know I was playing with using this, is this the Delta Blue? Yeah. And then unfortunately, these fairings don't really have recoloring, so I need to pick which one I like. I want something that is a little more like off-white than AW isn't bad. Probably the same one up here. Then This one, I think, just gets... yeah. And then avionics. I kind of want to invert this color scheme. It's Delta blue there with the off-white, like, details. So that the avionics unit has that, like, colored stripe on it. This stage, I think, just gets same sort of off-white beige paint as everything else. Or do I want it to be more of a white? Ugh, I can really tell that these fairings don't match well now. Okay. Could do the gray and orange. Fuselage isn't bad. Yeah, let's do fuselage. And then up top, this thing doesn't recolor, so it will always be black. Then I want to copy the pattern from there. That is our 5 megameter rocket. And then I need to recolor orbiter to be the same. Honestly, gonna do don't save because I'm gonna merge. Let's grab the soldering iron, merge it. Put it on the side. Grab all the parts that I need. Cool. Now I can... oh, I didn't check if these were recolorable. They're not. Alright, it's interstage. Does not color, I don't think. Oh, here we go, recolor. There's a recolor option. Perfect. So let us figure that out. And then Delta Blue. Keep it the same as sort of the avionics bay there. This thing, I think all I can do is enable or disable the shroud. I can't recolor. Same with this baby sergeant, I imagine. I do not see a recolor. And then the very tip top, we have to decide on the colors for our first satellite. Do we want a Oh, I could do gold foil, couldn't I? That is an option. Foil? Oh, here it is. There's the... I was looking for the texture selector. Yeah, all the standard patterns. I think metal foil is the answer. And then... Oh, it's so weird if you put something not metal on the foil. Nah, we'll use the gold metallic. Yeah! And are my experiments set correctly? I have the mass spectrometer, yes. We're just going to rename this Orbiter 1, which is going to be an overwrite, and that's fine. 1B will delete because we don't need it anymore. I think this is what we got. Booster stage, the onyx ring, upper sections, and then the orbital thingy. And then just prior to that, we've got this one, which will do the 5 megameter contract, based on basically the same. Oh, there is a recolorable fairing. I'm just using the wrong ones. I just realized that I'm awful. Cool, let's fix that then. Let's recolor these properly. Okay, first of all, conic. Although the Atlas one is funny. Just use conic. Yeah, okay, so now I can pick the pattern and then apply the colors I want, which is exactly what I wanted. Do they have a UI for... They don't. There's open recoloring GUI, but that's kind of it. Cool, but now I can pick, like, a design that I actually like, and then apply my stuff to it. Or just use the base and be very, very boring. Beige white, beige white. I mean, I could spend all day on this, which I don't necessarily want to do. They are important decisions. Yes. Alright, I think for this one, though, I am just gonna go with plain old fuselage colors. Maybe with some texture to them. Yeah, I like that one. That looks okay. How do those look for the upper as well? It doesn't look as good when it comes as close together on the point, does it? I think this one needs a different design. Might just be the plain one on this stage, just because it's such a aggressive change in diameter. The distortions look kind of funky for anything with detail on it. But yeah, that looks nicer. Which design is this on? Gamma. Okay. So let's go back to the orbiter. And grab the recolor. Cone-shaped, please. Gamma. Beige white. All right. This one, there's not a lot that I can do because I'm using this hollow interstage decoupler here. All right, and let's make sure that our staging is right, because it is definitely not right. For engine, launch, spin up, village, that thing, then fire, fire, fire. Okay, I want to do one more test of this to make sure I got the staging fixed up right and that nothing I've done has broken the ability of this program to actually get to orbit. Oh, I didn't add decals to the launcher either. That's the most important part. We need a couple of these. There we go. That's what it was missing. Oh. What did I set that scale to? 1. All right, let's sim this, make sure that it still handles orbital insertion correctly, and if so, then we just have to research our techs, and we're good to go. There we go. There's the YouTube thumbnail, if ever there was one. Try to set up my YouTube thumbnail, I gotta have like my KOS open and my MacLeod light recorder. There we go. Yeah, it's gotta look. The screen's gotta be busy for the thumbnails. And then I'd want just like half of the logo so I don't actually have the word ass in giant letters on my thumbnail. That's the thumbnail right there. These are the things that I'm constantly thinking about. Right. So this should be aligning itself now. Yep, I see the gas exhaust, or I saw the gas exhaust. One of the things that'll be interesting, I think, is, you know, at some point I should be able to, have... obviously right now I'm running the whole, like, flight to orbit program in the top probe. But ideally I would want the avionics in the booster to do that, and then the, you know, the payload would have its own program for whatever its mission is, right? So eventually I should get to a point where I can do that, where I have getting to orbit script for various, you know, a good reusable launcher that I'm not tweaking for every mission anymore. And again, that'll probably be Atlas-derived, because, as I've said many, many times, I really want to build a proper Atlas that can get to orbit and does its booster drop correctly. Yeah, so that'll be interesting, for sure. That's, not orbit. So the question is, what did I do wrong? Because I tooled this one, which means that I must have thought that it was ready to go, right? This is tooled. I didn't change the program. I didn't change the rocket. I think all I did was paint it. Avionics prototypes, blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, we definitely had it working at some point. The problem is I didn't take notes, and I assumed that this variant, because it's tooled, is the one that was working. But I really have no way of knowing for sure that that is true. Pedal hinge disabled. I mean, these are... Yeah, fairing decoupler off. Density as low as it'll let me. I don't have like a different version of this script, do I? Nope, just the one orbiter. Oops. Was it this? Were we playing with the target pitch angle at... I mean, that should be fine, because we pitch over to our actual target heading afterwards. Alright, well, now I'm debugging. I need to fly this again. I wasn't paying very close attention to the flight profile, because it was supposed to be just a sanity check launch. And now I have to actually pay attention to what it's doing. So, terminal open. Main engine launch. We're fine here. Yeah, I'm glad I decided to do the sanity check, but... Like, this has plenty of delta V, so it's really a matter of just getting it to... Sorry, I've been meaning to do this for a while. KSP is loud, especially with these engines. That's still really loud in the final mix. Usually I zoom out, but when I'm on the map screen like this, I can't zoom out from the ship. There we go, that's better. Should be able to actually hear me now. So yeah, our apogee is fine. We have heaps of delta V. This looks like the AOA that I expected, because we did set this to a less aggressive angle of attack, and that's fine. Whoops. Oh, God. Apogee of 300 and something. That's fine. Does this have the wrong engine configuration somewhere, maybe? I should double check that when I go back into the VAB. But this is tooled. If it's tooled, I must have attached the right engine to it. There we go. Orienting for circularization. That's fine. Right? And we're going to be, yeah, we're just drifting through our angle. And as long as we are pointed slightly, well, pitched down from here, but, you know, pointed vaguely in the direction of where we want to burn at AP. Yeah, and this is pulling our AP down just a little bit, but that's okay because we have plenty to spare. Maybe we need to adjust our max stopping time so that we're burning closer to AP instead of down here. Because we were still pretty far away when we... Yeah, because what I'm seeing is we're pointed too high, maybe, or too something. Because we're pushing our AP around instead of just having it grow opposite from us, which means we're not firing in the right direction. If I set the max stopping time lower, yeah, we could delay the alignment. I mean, I was just going to set max stopping time a little bit lower so that we'll drift longer as we're kind of aligning our heading. But I want to double check everything in the VAB and make sure that I didn't do something silly like put high pressure tanks in the wrong spot or something like that. And all right, so this is the NAA 75 and we're using the A6 variant, which is the main redstone engine. Correct. Rated burn time of 121 seconds. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Correct. AL gridded. Yep. Correct. Avionics. It's fine. Open this. Double check. Nothing here that would add... The mass Aerobee engine is the XASR-2. Its tank. Isogrid, high pressure. Filled for the XASR-2. That's fine. Hollow interstage. This is fine. And the baby sergeants are fine. Yeah, the ship is fine, and it has plenty of Delta V. All right, I'm gonna run this with the one tweak that I made, which was setting the max stopping time a little bit lower, which means again we're gonna not accelerate as much rotationally, so that'll delay the whole sort of alignment maneuver. And that, we'll see what that does, getting us closer to AP when we do that maneuver. And that'll also give me a better idea of how off we actually are from the angle we want, right? Because, like, I mean, here's a question. I'm locking to this target heading that I'm choosing now. Can I lock target heading to, like, ship? Yes. And then ETA apoapsis. Wait until ship orbit ETA apoapsis less than. I'm going to start with 1 second, and then I can do like local lock, stabilize, set this higher so it'll be, well, we can leave that. Actually, I shouldn't need this anymore because we're not going to do a single maneuver. You know what? Let's do this a little bit differently, now that I'm thinking about this. We're gonna wait until we're close to apoapsis, and then we're gonna orient. So, I don't need this. So wait until we're like 10 seconds away. Lock steering to prograde, turn on. Wait until ship orbit ETA apoapsis is less than 1. And I might need to change this time so that it'll, like, align itself properly. I'm not sure how long it'll take I don't want it to be constantly, like, tweaking its prograde vector the whole time it's, Oh, I don't need this. I don't think I need those anymore. Because around AP, our angular velocity is going to be pretty low anyway. So I don't think I need to worry about these. But I'll leave them commented out for now. So yeah, we wait until we're close to apoapsis, then we orient, and then we stage when we're just about at AP. Let's see. Only true if the time is long enough. Yeah. Yeah, I might have to set this a little bit longer, and that's fine. I'm expecting to have to play with this number. I don't know. Yeah, let's try 20. Let's start with 20. There's no reason to start with something that's almost certainly wrong. We may as well try closer. Nine, since we start at -1. Yeah. We're within, you know, it's not about 20 seconds until we burn, it's just about having enough time. I'm not too concerned about 19 versus 20 seconds until the burn, honestly. Ooh, that's good to know. I will add that to the script. Because right now I think I have to wait. Or I can use physics warp, right? Because, which one is it Alt? There we go. Time to AP is still, 3 minutes. Okay, we have... I will add that to the script for the next test. Because, yeah, we have some time to kill. Yeah, 20 seconds is probably not enough time to, stabilize. I'm looking at how far off of target we actually are. Orienting for circularization. Yeah. Now we're drifting, and we're going to be pointed very high when this fires the stage. And this will not go to orbit. There's no way with this point this high. But just for funsies, let's see what this does. Oh, maybe. I will laugh if this works, but no. Okay, I didn't think so. Yeah, time.seconds plus ETA dot AP minus 60. Yep. Okay. Let's add that, and let's give ourselves a lot more time for that circularization. So it'll be Universe, time warp, warp to time in seconds plus ETA apoapsis minus, I don't know, 65. Wait until we're 60 seconds away. Give it a minute to drift. I'm not sure if a minute is even going to be enough. Oh, and I can set the, I deleted that code. There's no reason to not let this be more aggressive, right? If we're waiting for 60 seconds, then we can do like 20-second burn, 20-second drift, 20-second burn. So this should let it get itself locked to prograde much more aggressively. And then when we're right at apoapsis, we fire, and then I'll probably need to pull this in a little bit, so we burn a little bit before. All right. This is much more like an actual orbital program than what we were trying to do before. I still don't know how it worked before, or what I accidentally changed, but... Oh, warp top? That's not right. Warp 2. Cool. Let's try this. KOS can make quick saves? Yeah. I should probably have it do that. Make a quick save, like, right before it goes into orbit or something. Or right before it goes into the time warp. That way I can tweak my time constants and stuff. Oh, this isn't gonna work. I'm not even gonna let this finish. And this isn't gonna work because... Can I check... I'm trying to see if I can see, because I want to wait until we can do Rails warp, right? And I don't see that here. Can I see? I mean, I can just check until my altitude is greater than 140, but yeah, it is in the vessel structure. That's what I thought. Vessel altitude. It's not altitude? I thought it was altitude. Airspeed, we have vertical speed, we have dynamic pressure. Oh, because it's an orbitable, isn't it? And that has altitude. Okay, yep. I'm an idiot. Okay. So yeah, wait until we're in space, and then make a quick save. Although if I have this quick save, will it... It won't reload the script when I reload the quick save, will it? It'll be using the version of the script that's in the program. So I don't know if having a quick save is worth it. At least right now. Or when it quick loads, it'll be trying to run the boot program, and then it'll be very confused because it won't have the right, like, parts to grab. Yeah, I'm not sure how it serializes and how it deals with boot programs. I'm going to have to read that. I'm not going to mess with it for now. I think wait until we're above 140, then we can time warp, and then we can do the things. Alters the values of warp and rate, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay, I think this works. We'll find out. I guess I could also have it do the physics warp at launch for me as well. Alright, so this will stop. It should drift up to 140. I'm going to let this do it slowly. I guess I could have it do, like, physics warp temporarily and make the script a little smarter, but... yeah. Yep. And we're pitching. And we're pitching. And we're pitching. All right. Yep. And it looks like we're going to be stopped just in time. I'm not sure that that's our apoapsis, but... or that's our prograde, rather. Oh, it's reorienting itself. It actually overshot, and now it's straightening out. That's funny. I guess that's how the PID ends up tuning itself. Alright, I might have to tweak max stopping time there. I think that was a little too aggressive. Well, maybe not. I mean, this is a beautiful... yeah, I guess I didn't realize that when it was using max stopping time that way, it would let itself really, like, overshoot and then push back. So I might have to tweak that a little bit. Because I think we are a little bit late on... oh, maybe not. What's our perigee? 230 by 1100. Oh, look at that. That's an orbit. I'll take that. So yeah, I think I want to turn stopping time down a little bit and probably give it a little more time to stabilize. Although then again, this works, so maybe don't mess with it when it's working. That's a solid choice as well. And then this should be able to get... yeah, this is running mass spectrometry, transmitting it, which is slowly going to acquire science for us. Earth space low, yeah, 7.5 science total. But it takes 2 hours to do that. I think this has enough power to do that, though, right? Battery life? Yeah, 4.5 hours. So this should be able to run that full experiment and get that 7.5 science down to us, which is fantastic. All right. I think this is good. We've got some slight precession in the orbit of some sort, but I think that's fine. I think it's stable. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to be checking about the status of the ship, etc. But I don't think there is. Okay, I'm not going to mess with this program any further. It's working, and I don't want to break it, and it's good enough. Could we potentially get into a better orbit? Yeah. Do I want to? No. And let's double check. Let's see. We don't need this rocket. That was a prototype. We don't need this rocket. That was a prototype. Soldering iron. Yeah, downrange long. This one's fine too. Okay. Oh, one thing I need to check. What is my current... Yeah, my unlock credit is huge. I have plenty of unlock credit. Total engineers, 110. Oh, right. I've been staffing up this launch complex. That's right. All right, 138. So this is fully staffed, and leaving it fully staffed, I think... is fine. So let's get some more researchers hired. Keep pulling in the dates of these actual... Oh, what does the auto hire button do? Oh, hey, final count, and I didn't realize that was a thing. I've been doing this by hand. What do I want to get my final count up to? What is my current research team budget? Is 163 at 270. I can do a third again and still have plenty of program balance. So that would be 360. And keep, sure, 3,000 in reserve funds. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to... Interesting. That's a bug, sort of, kind of, not really. The, when you're auto-hiring, the Space Center management doesn't account ETAs for, like, future things based off of how many people it's hiring when. So I said, when I hit warp to complete, it was saying that all those researchers would be hired before the science was done. But as they got hired, the science moved up, and I actually didn't have this rocket. I wanted to launch it sooner. Interesting bug. I will have to check the GitHub to see if that's known. Mass minimum. Oh. I hate everything. I spent all this time designing this rocket and it doesn't fit on the flippin' launch pad because the mass minimum is wrong. I don't want to make the mass minimum smaller, though. Let me double check the orbiter fits. Make sure I didn't mess that up. Yeah. Doesn't do rocket equations for staff. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I want, is I wanted to do the rocket equation for staff. What are you? Oh, this one's also too small. Okay, so I have to fix it. I have to fix it. Yeah, but that's just like the direction of the sign of the derivative. The calculus is all the same. All right. I do have to modify this because both of these rockets are actually too light. Okay. So we'll do 31 tons. Ugh. Did I tool this one? How much is this going to cost? Yeah, tool all. All right, let's see. I think designing this because I messed up that time warp and because I had to modify the launch complex. I'm not sure. Yeah, 3 days. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna launch this. Oh no, we still haven't actually hit our researchers. Okay, that's fine. It did stop then. It must have stopped right when we got the tech. It was smart. It changed what it was doing. Never mind, it did do the rocket equation for the staff. Alright, so we can... This one should be able to launch now. Unlock... Ooh, 45,000. What is 45,000 to unlock? Is that the fuel tanks? Sorry, turn off. Yep, yeah, that's the ISO grid structure tanks. Okay, but that's a very worthwhile unlock, so... And it's one that I really can't avoid. Alright, added soldering iron to integration list at LC3. Oh. Heh. Because we made the launch complex slightly smaller, its max engineers went down. That is funny. Let's see, yeah, researchers, auto hire up to 360, reserve funds of 2,000. Go. Or not? All right. And here's the solids tech, and this is going to give us our orbiter. Gotta unlock all the baby sergeants. That's fine. Procedural tank, high pressure aluminum stringer. Oh, well, I have no funds, but why do I have no funds? What did I do? Oh, because I forgot about my stupid... I'm an idiot. I always do this. I forgot that the engineers were on partial salaries when we weren't running. How long is it going to take me if I do that? April 13th, 1957. That's still too far ahead. 250 researchers. $29 days and finish on 27th. Oh, perfect. So we're gonna start the rollout of this one and start the assembly of the next one. I mean, still, we're gonna be orbital in like March of 57, so I think we did beat Soyuz. Which is pretty cool. Make sure that we're not... Yeah, we're negative again, so I need to fire some more researchers. Okay, apparently, for us to be, like, actually balanced when we're building things and rolling things out and fully preparing for a launch, we need to be at, like, 220 researchers right now. Good to know. But also, I happen to know, once we hit this 5-kilometer downrange milestone contract, we can grab... Well, I'm not really sure what we would want to grab, actually. Because we can't grab early satellites heavy, because we already have early satellites light. I don't want to do planes. But that's all right. We're going to get a big confidence boost. And that is what matters. Yeah, so... with another 5 days, so it's going to be like... So Sputnik was October 4th, 1957, and I think Orbiter 1 is going to go off May? So 5 months before Sputnik? And that's not bad, considering some of my mistakes with time warp and things like that. And then once I have the orbital contract, I'm going to figure out what contracts can I be flying while I'm trying to improve my science. Because right now, like, my limitations on getting to better payloads are going to be with being able to move science forward. That means that I'm just going to have to fly some flights and get, you know, I think, I mean, I can look at this here, but I think, like, I mean, obviously, Biosample 2 is worth a ton of science, and that is best done as sort of an orbital thing that comes back. Planetary photography is per biome, even in space low, but again, I have to be able to recover the samples. So, like, these are the ones that I want to be starting to think about. Mass spectrometry, we're gonna run pretty much entirely on... we actually... What's the threshold for space high? Let me check what the real solar system says. Oh my god, Google, you're not being helpful. Is real solar system under the KSP RO group? Yes, real solar system wiki. Let's see. In space high and in space low. That's the part I want. Body, Mercury, Venus, Earth, flying high. So space high is anything above 36 kilometers. Okay. So I'm not there yet. I think this one ends up on like a, what did I say? It's like 250 by 1200 orbit or something like that is what we saw. So that's all considered space low, unfortunately. But still, that'll be 8 science. And I think looking at my... see my research queue. Not that one. Where's KCT? There we go. My current research queue. Once we have satellite era electronics, we can hopefully. How's that looking? That looks like it's going to hit our 5. We can add some more science soon to our vessels and yep, get a little eccentric. That is the plan, right? Like, honestly, with a little more delta V so that we're in a better place for our orbital insertion, we can program. Oh, yep, I knew that. Yeah. Oops. All right. Basically, I want to be closer to in an orbit when we fire the baby sergeant clusters, and then that should give us what we need. LC efficiency increases, contract complete, downrange milestone complete, program complete. There we go. Early rocket development done. Yes. I'm not taking this. I refuse. I mean, I guess I could. The longer I wait, the easier this will be. I just don't enjoy making planes. You know, crewed orbit doesn't need planes. It only needs early satellites. So, How far does this go, by the way? For early Earth space stations. Okay, that's kind of as far as crewed anything goes. Yeah, I think I can take satellite contracts. What do I need for this? I have to finish early satellites. So I've got to hit all of these goals with my satellites as I'm building up my science. I mean, planes I can fly by hand, right? Because a plane has a person on it. So I think, just as my rules were for, like, saying I could do a Gemini mission and pilot that myself, I could fly a plane. But we also have atmospheric autopilot. So what's our science looking like right now? We have satellite era electronics research, and that'll give us early solar panels. And it also gives us, these are the ones that we need for the... Why do the work when I could do the work to have the computer do my work? Exactly. That is, I mean, that is kind of the entirety of this playthrough, right? But yeah, satellite era science gives me the Geiger-Müller counter, the magnetometer, better film camera, and the early television camera. And all of these are going to be... This is the science, right? So that's just 7 science that I need to be able to do that. And then the other thing I'm going to want to be able to do is get the... And I'm not sure what the best contract... What's the requirements for scientific satellite, by the way? Minimum apogee of 1500. This needs cosmic ray science. Okay, the Geiger-Müller counter. So I do need the next science. We're close to this, and I think with our bumped up rocket, we'll be able to hit it. But we have to get the tech researched for it first. And I think we're going to have... Come on. Early satellites light. Polar satellite. We might be able to hit this with just the upgraded engine from the next orbital rocketry tech. Ditto solar-powered satellite, like... Yeah. Sun-synchronous orbit is going to be a little bit harder, I think... Atmospheric analysis. Wait, reach orbit parameters. Low in space. Oh, I have to have first solar powered. Okay. But I think this one will be really easy. If we can... We'll do first artificial. Then we can do first solar powered. Because that only needs the electronics research. Iterative upgrades, right? That'll get us... And I just clicked on the wrong thing. I wanted to go back to the contracts. But if we take sort of our early, not quite all the way to Explorer 1, and we throw, you know, what is my game plan? I was just kind of talking through that. So I'm looking at the artificial satellites. Yeah. I mean, right now I'm just trying to get through the satellite contracts. I think short term, I think it'll be interesting to write the KOS script, and I keep saying this, for a proper Atlas with its weird, like, drop the engines configuration, because that's something that, like, MechJeb has a hard time flying, and it's fun if you can, if I can make that work in my KOS scripting. Right now, and then, like, longer term, you know, well, we'll see how far before I give up on writing complex scripts for complex missions, but, like, I'd like to be able to do, you know, lunar probes that can handle translunar injection correctly from programs. That'll be fun. You know, short term, I think the script that I've already written for getting to orbit with, like, incremental tech upgrades is going to get us from first artificial satellite to an engine upgrade for first polar orbit satellite to solar panels for first solar powered satellite to you know, the next piece of science for first scientific satellite. So, like, those will hopefully be the next few launches, roughly in that order. I mean, I could fly these real quick. They're not really necessary. But I think they'll complete with an orbital satellite, which is funny. Anyway, first artificial satellite. It will not be scientific or solar powered. That is fine. Yeah. Reconditioning. Cover that. All right, and it is 2nd of, well, it'll be, nope, 2nd of May, 1957. I'm gonna push this a little further into the day so I have better lighting, because I need to be able to get a screenshot for YouTube. 2nd of May, 1957, so we are 5 months and a few days ahead of Sputnik. Yeah, take that, history. Assuming this thing flies correctly, we are gonna be all set. I mean, really, compared to what people who do a lot of, you know, the RP-1 speedrunners, I am far behind where you can be with this. I'm not sure what the record to orbit is, but it's, actually I can find out. Let's check the RP-1 career log while this rocket is flying. I can, let's see. Contract. Here we go, records. Completed. Early satellites. Objectives completed, there we go. Uh, 6th of June, 1954 is apparently the record. Was that done with an old version of... Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, or for people that are really willing to caveman and, you know, make a beehive or something like that, you can get pretty silly. And then I think I left the time warp code in the script, so this should time warp once it hits space. And I don't have to do anything. And orienting for burn. And this is still going to do the, like, overshoot and come back up and still not quite be stabilized because I don't want to mess with it. Because it worked in the sim. But... did I ever do a version of this without the XASR stage? Did I test that even? Because, like, obviously the XASR stage has, like, 1 kilometer a second of delta V. But how much is that extra mass taking away from the delta V of the booster? Oh yeah, that was playing with still, though, having that liquid-fueled second stage. I meant without a second stage at all. Whoa! We didn't make orbit. I didn't change anything. Did we have a, I don't see a failure. Although that doesn't mean we didn't have a performance loss. I can launch another one. It's fine. I didn't realize that we were that sensitive to, like... Yeah, it could have been the alignment. It could have been... I mean, who knows? It's a different time of year than the simulation was, and the moon's in a different place. Like... That could also be the problem. No, I don't think the influence of the moon, when we're this close, is that big. But, like... I mean, at least we're going to broadcast a little bit of science before we burn up in the atmosphere on our way back down. Well, I wish I had grabbed the 6... Well, oh no, we don't have the payload for the 6 megameter contract. But still. Oh. That's too bad. Yeah, it looks like the alignment was off, but we didn't change anything. Well, I don't really know what to do other than to launch another one. We can resim it, of course. And I will resim it. But I'm not sure. Right. But that's fine, right? Like, we didn't change the script. And we can fix the script, I guess, since it failed, right? I decided max stopping time, that was bad. That was way too aggressive. And then we probably want to give it a little more time now to stabilize. Let's try that. Let's set max stopping time a little slower. Let's give it a little more. Actually, I could probably still do the 20 max stopping time just with the extra, like, 30 seconds so it has time to stabilize. Let's try this. Let's just give it a little more time to stabilize. I don't think we have to wait for stability specifically, as long as we have enough time for the steering lock to be locked. So we're going to simulate right now. No enable part failures. Because it might be also that we're seeing something with, like, performance fluctuations in the engines that was causing an issue. It looked like on that flight, that it had, what am I trying to say? It looked like it had yawed slightly, and it had to correct the yaw as well as the pitch. I don't know if you noticed that. It was burning from both the pitch and the yaw thrusters. So I'm wondering also if that is part of the issue, is that it ended up in a weird alignment somehow. And then... Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah, our prograde will drift on yaw a little bit. But it shouldn't drift much over the course of our, yeah, flight profile there. But enough, I guess, that it thinks it needs to correct it. The 10-second max stopping time. Let's see if this manages to get itself stable. Gonna turn off that thruster now, please. It really doesn't want... Yeah, I'm gonna have to play with the max stopping time some more. Because this is like... just ping-ponging. I'm gonna have to read the... debugging. But it's not doing what I thought it would do, that's for sure. Because this should be turning off the engines sooner. That looks like it's burning mostly in the right direction, but I don't know how much I trust it. No, we're still pointed way too high up. We're going to revert to launch, but let's... Oh, I thought I made this 10. It's still at 20. Okay. I think 20 is too big and it can't stabilize. So I'm going to set this to 10 and we're going to try this again. That's an easy tweak to see. Actually, before I do that, let's find... Is there like a troubleshooting? Of course not. Tutorials? General? Some wiggling the controls, even though it doesn't matter. Vessel is so slow. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, I need to see if we're hitting the control indicators all the way. I wasn't paying attention to them. But it's one of these two things. And that will be what we need to debug. Either decrease pitch TS or increase pitch PID KD. So yeah, it's not accounting for how quickly it's moving. The derivative term of the pitch PID is weird or wrong. Yeah, it'll be one of those two things. But also, possibly setting max stopping time will fix that, because now it just won't try to be as aggressive with its steering. So it won't accelerate as much anyway. And that might be enough to help the system stabilize. Oh, did we have a part failure? Lol. Hello? What did I just do? There we go. Yeah, I want to see if I can get this to more reliably be pitched where I want it to be. Because I think when we have subtle numeric instabilities, and when we have, you know, n-body physics, then we need to ensure that our controls are actually stabilizing the darn thing to where they need to be before. Yeah, so like at this era of launch, our controls are very subtle, and that's fine. Alright. And honestly, during this regime, we can time warp pretty well. I'm not too worried about numeric instability or anything during this stage of the launch. We're not doing anything exciting. And then we can definitely physics warp here. 2, 3. And then it'll time warp automatically. Yeah. Interesting that it's trying to... Oh, I probably don't unlock steering. So it's still trying to hold its pitch and yaw, and it can't. Oh, and this ended up on X2 for some reason instead of X10. Maybe I need to set that threshold for 140 a little further up, so it's always definitely out of physics warp. Oh. All right, let's see if this does a better job of stabilizing itself. Looks like on the yaw, maybe. Yeah. So it's slamming its yaw control back and forth still. So yeah, I think we need to increase the derivative term. Let's see. Terminal. Kill the program. What am I looking to see? Steering manager, pitch PID, KD. Yeah, we shouldn't be rolled slightly, but who knows? PID loop. KP is 1, KI is 0. Oh, KD is 0. Really? The default pitch PID doesn't take into account derivative term at all? Oh, no wonder. Okay. Well, there's our problem. So two things. One, after engine flameout, we want to unlock steering so it stops trying to steer here. So we set our max stopping time. The pitch PID. I'm following their debugging instructions here. Waving back and forth across the direction, not centering on it, and the control indicators are pushed all the way to the extremes as it does so. Increase, KD, and yaw PID. It's trying to push its rotation rate too high, so it needs to anticipate that before it is going to reach the desired direction and start slowing down. That's what we need. I don't know what to set it to. I'm going to start with, like, 0.1. We're just going to start with something nice and simple, nice and small, and we're going to see what it does. And I'm also going to get rid of the built-in time warp, and I'm going to manage that myself, because right now it's been weird. Because I keep trying to time warp through different phases of the launch, and it's... Yeah, we'll see if just giving it a very small derivative term is enough to stabilize the PID. Oh, okay. Now that I've mostly convinced myself, 1 second, that this is not an issue of failures in the main system or in the launch, I'm gonna run this without failures, because I'm I don't need every other one of these to break when I'm trying to debug the code. That looks good. Main engine cutoff. Let's see if that little bit of... Ooh, hey, look at that. So pitch is still slamming itself, but yaw looks better. And we'll see if pitch can correct. Yeah, it's stabilized on yaw. That's good. Yeah. Maybe? Well, I gave it plenty of time to stabilize, so it is oscillating. The pit is still not totally stable, but it does go through a phase where it's not totally slammed on one side or the other, and it does seem like it's slowing down its oscillations. So I could probably increase the derivative term just a little bit more, but even that little bit is already... And the other thing that I could potentially do is change when we are firing relative to our time to AP, because we're firing, in theory, directly forward right at apoapsis, and I want to, you know... That should be a little bit earlier, and it should be slightly pitched down. So I need to figure out how to do that. The timing is easy. Pitching our prograde vector down is going to be the fun part. We ditched, the booster stage. The booster is the only one that has avionics control, right? For pitch, etc., etc. Once we do ditch the booster and we're at this stage, we have no control. Oh, but this is much cleaner. Look at that. 2, 3... We got to adjust our timing a little bit, but... Oh my gosh, this can almost hit the actual, like, Explorer 1 orbit. Alright, I want to tweak our timing a little bit so that we're firing just a little bit sooner. And I want to increase the KD so that we're a little more damped. So I'm going to set these to like 0.2. And then we're going to fire at like -5. And at -5, we're still going to be pointed up slightly. So I need to lock steering to like ship prograde, but rotated. So we have directions. Operations and methods. dir2 rotated by dir1. By rotating north 30 degrees around the up axis. Okay. So what I want is this, right? Except I don't want to be using ship up. I want to be using, like, ship right. up. Pointing straight up away from the SO, no. I want to do here. Can I create this from heading, direction, pitch, roll? Okay, I want to tilt the ship prograde vector down. I want to pitch it down a little bit. Because right now we point to exactly prograde, which means that as we burn further and further ahead of our apoapsis, whether it's 5 seconds like I have here, or even if I have to push that out a little bit further, we're going to be at... what am I trying to say? We're going to be pointing more and more up, and we actually want to be pointing slightly down relative to our prograde at apoapsis. So I want to be able to take our prograde vector and pitch it downward. So I think if I want, I can take I want to rotate it by some number of degrees around our star vector. Is that the one? Do I have that? Does this have a starboard vector? No. We have prograde. Oh, wait. I think I understand it. I think I know what I want to do. Grab the prograde's heading and recreate it with the heading. Oh, that would work. Yeah, and just set our pitch. I'm going to step away for a second and refill my water, and I will be right back, and then I will get this code sorted. Cross prograde and up to get right, and then rotate using angle access, or just use the heading option. Yeah. Oh, here we go. This is exactly what I want. There's literally an example of it. I just came back to the docks. Pitch up 30, angle access, minus 30, ship star facing. Yeah. Except instead of prograde. So it'll be, 1 second. Local function target prograde. Set pitch down to angle axis of, I'll say 10 degrees. I don't know. And then return pitch down times ship prograde. And let's not capitalize things, because none of the rest of my code is, and I can at least pretend that I'm consistent. Okay. And then we lock steering to target prograde. So that'll always keep it pitched a little further down, quite a bit further down, actually. And then right now we're burning 5 seconds before AP. We'll see if that's good enough. But I think this is enough changes for one iteration. Oh, actually, star facing isn't what I want, is it? I want, like, ship prograde. Star vector. Yeah, I want the star vector of the prograde, because we want to pitch the prograde down, not the... And obviously the yaw of the ship is close to its prograde anyway, but... Yeah, that is what I'm gonna do. And then here we lock steering to calculate the direction once and then lock it. Yeah. Once we start burning though, we're not pitching anymore. So as long as we are pointed in the direction we want when we separate the kick stages, we're fine. So even though we're like recalculating a few times as we pitch in, we're not going to be pitching anymore once we stage here. And actually, I can do that. I don't know why I capitalized some of these. Okay. Just there we go. So we know that at this point we are no longer in control. Yeah, and these aren't doing anything because we're doing everything based off of timings now. As long as we actually like have the pitch right, and this is positive instead of negative, which I think it is. Then I believe this is what we need. Let's try it. Worst case, I got some of my spaces, coordinate spaces, a little bit wrong, and I have to reset something. But I think this is what I want. So what are our changes here? We have the better damping, we have the new 4-vector, and we have launching a little bit more before apoapsis. Hopefully, those are the things that will get us where we need to be. Let's see, this should be more or less aggressive in its steering now, with the KD set a little higher. Oh, and we bonked. Why did we bonk? What did I do? Where's the terminal? Lock steering to target prograde. Undefined variable name pitch. Oh, because I didn't write local. Right. I specifically enabled the thing that says I have to write local, and then I used the wrong code. So this is the change. From this to local pitch down is angle axis. There we go. All right, let's do it again. Once more with feeling. This is the kind of stuff that really makes me want to write my own compiler for the KOS virtual machine. Because, like... I know, exactly. Lazy Global Soft is the closest thing you'll get to any checking, and, like, I can write a compiler that will at least check that, like, the locals are sane, and has a special syntax specifically for accessing globals from the interpreter, so that... yeah. And that would do a lot, right? Just having, like, all variables be scoped and have a keyword for accessing interpreter globals. That would save me so much hassle. But alas. Yeah, defining your own structs. That's harder. The KOS virtual machine does not make that super easy. But I think you could emulate it with a map or something, or what do they call it in KOS? They don't call it a map, they don't call it a dictionary. They have a weird name for it that no other programming language uses. I don't remember. Oh, this should be a lexicon, that's it. I say no other language. I'm sure there's some other language that calls it a lexicon, but... Lua, yeah. Lua, also known for being a very sane programming language. All right, let's see if this works now. No boop. No boop is good. I'm of the opinion that indices should start at -1. Why is yaw flip-flopping so hard now? Didn't I increase the KD? This does not look more stable. Maybe it is. Yeah, it figured out its yaw. Right. Yeah, I might have overshot. That's definitely a possibility. See, that's what I want to see. So that's 10 degrees below and 5 seconds before. Theoretically, 5 seconds before. Oh, I didn't really take into account all of the stage wait times. So we have several seconds before this fires. So I should probably be more like 10 seconds before. Because, yeah, our AP is pretty far behind us, and we're pushing it out pretty significantly. So this is sort of the opposite problem, is we're overly pitched down now, relative to our position when we fire our... So we're going to do, like, 5 degrees and, like, 10 seconds... Wait until ETA to apoapsis is like 120 seconds, because this does seem like it takes some time. Oh! It would help if I actually was setting the pitch and yaw PIDs correctly. I'm going to set these really high. I'm going to see what it does. If I set it to 1, it's going to be weird, but if I set it to like 0.5, we should see some noticeable difference in the behavior of the PID. And so far, I just haven't seen that noticeable difference that I expected to see. But with 0.5, it should be very aggressively considering its velocity, and it should be correcting before it reaches the halfway point, or the sort of target point. Set point. That's the term I'm looking for. What did I set our... Yeah, 120. So at 2 minutes, this should start firing thrusters. Yep. And it is still, yeah, that's what you want to see. Maybe. Well, it's definitely firing sooner. Yeah, and yaw even stabilized. Look at that. All right. Well, it's good to see yaw actually stabilizing. That might be a sign that this thing is capable of... Yeah, and here we go. It's slowing down before it crosses its threshold now. Yeah, look at that. So we're just under... And actually, we probably want to burn, like, here, don't we? At, like, 30 to 45 seconds before, rather than waiting until 10 seconds. Yeah, and this is pulsing because it's tweaking the pitch as we get closer to AP, pitching us down further, and fire. Yeah, and we do roll right past apoapsis still. So I think we want to fire that a little bit sooner. And we could possibly even push the derivative term up a little more, although it seems like it's good enough that it gets stability. No, that's fine. Yeah, once I have tracking station upgrades, then I'm going to be a lot happier, because then I can start using things like that. But that's locked behind, like, lunar comms upgrade or something like that, so... Which isn't too far in the tech tree, to be clear. Okay, this is closer. Not quite, but closer. I'm going to do that 30 seconds before apoapsis that I was talking. Let's try that. Tilted down 5 degrees is fine, whatever. That looked like it was a reasonable angle. But I think we're at the point now where it is stabilizing itself, which means that we can much more predictably tweak those values and have the system actually behave consistently. Whereas before it was like still swinging. And that's not great. The other thing that we could adjust is the first stage launch profile, right? Because we're ending up with a fairly high apogee here of over 430. So if we wanted to, we could get that closer to like 300. Whoops, wrong button. Yeah. Exactly. And once we can have scripts that, like, calculate maneuver nodes for us, and I'd have to double check if the generic maneuver code works correctly with Principia, but... that'll be easier, for sure. Like you said. Calculate a maneuver node, let KOS just do it. Although, like, part of the fun here is learning all the control theory stuff, right? And I wouldn't want to necessarily go too far into letting KOS just fully automate things. Because at that point, why not just use MacJeb? And some of these issues with, like, our really weak cold gas thrusters here and stuff like that, like, we're gonna get better thrusters in the next rocketry tech node. So we'll not have to tune the PID as aggressively to get it to do what we want, but... How are we doing, by the way, on our nitrogen? Oh, we don't actually burn all that much of it, all things considered. We could make this a much smaller tank. I don't know how heavy 40 KL of nitrogen is, though. I don't know if that would actually save us that much delta V. Correct. Yeah, hopefully we burn none of it. Oh, this is looking much better, isn't it? We're still coming up on AP much faster than our overall burn time. Well... But, like, this is significantly better. You know, I'm sure there's something that can burn nitrogen. Can, like, pure fluorine burn nitrogen? Can do they react? $1,400 by 300. We're still not quite where we want to be, but we're close. We're very close. And since this script is a little more reproducible than it was... Alright, one of the things I want to do is I want to pitch over a little more aggressively in the first stage. Try to bring our early apoapsis down. And I think I want to be like 40 seconds before apoapsis now. Okay, I'm changing two things again, but if we could bring down our initial AP and fire our real big kick stages closer to our final goal AP, we're going to be in really good shape. Yeah, so we pitch over a little more aggressively. As long as it stabilizes, and it does, that's fine. And that gives us an AP of, yeah, 320 instead of, like, 400 something. I keep hitting escape to leave the map. I don't know why. And then... let's see how this does. Stabilizing itself here. Yeah. So it does still hit the extremes on the pitch control, but what you see it do is it kind of... it slides through the 0 range now instead of, like, just, yeah. Beautiful. So we have plenty of time now for this to kind of stabilize itself at its 5 degrees below prograde. Ought to be fine. I could probably have this fire even a little bit earlier, but... because I think I want this stage to burn out at apogee, more or less. Because those kick motors are very close to an instantaneous impulse. If they fire at AP, they're pretty much right on the money, right? Because they're such a short burn. So I think we're still a little late on when we're firing the Zasser stage. Oh, but not by much. Oh, look at that. That's 280 by 2.8. Beautiful. What was, so I know we don't have the right science to actually get the scientific satellite payload, but what was Explorer 1's actual orbital... 2.5 megameters by 360 kilometers was Explorer 1's actual orbit. But at any rate, this is... pretty good? Question mark? I have a hard time believing that this is going to fail again now that we've had a good, like, the system is stabilizing itself well, it fires pretty consistently. What I can actually do is see how long is this going to take to integrate and roll out, and we can actually do a launch that's like that many days ahead and double check in the sim. 55 plus 4 days, 19 hours, so call it plus 60 days. Okay. 60 days from now. And if this launches cleanly 60 days from now, then I think we're good. And I think we have one more shot to still beat Sputnik if the second one fails for some reason, but we are getting close. What just happened? Perfection. It was beautiful. What? It looks great. It's a beautiful ballet of failure, but I need to figure out why. All right. Staging looks correct. The tank, it didn't change. Simulate 60 days from now. So we keep... The engine is cutting off, and I'm wondering why the engine is cutting off. Separation of stage 6, and then insufficient avionics. Yeah. Let me double check my staging again. Because it's claiming that it loses avionics control, which to me says that it's dropping, like, this thing, this ring, at stage 6. Because that is stage 6, is the launch. And it's like, yeah, vessel weighs 0.7 tons, disconnecting everything. And I'm like, is that how much this weighs? 1.1, you know, I've got the stupid ring still hanging out on the bottom. 0.92. Anyway, point is that is what's happening. It's getting confused about its staging. Alright. Main engine fires. This. Yeah. I'm not like... No boot file on this core. That's correct. Only on this one. Because, yeah, the engine dying is what's triggering it to... Well, it still shouldn't stage aggressively, right? It should... Well, it waits until it hits apoapsis. Okay, yeah, and then everything gets silly. Because its apoapsis is, like, 2 inches off the ground. So why is this engine going out? That is the question. Okay, if I just simulate this, like, right now, instead of 60 days from now, I wonder if this is like a simulator in the future thing that's, like, causing KOS to glitch out or something like that. Okay, this works fine at 0. That's revert back to vehicle assembly. And then if I try to sim it 60 days from now, is it going to just totally explode again? "60 days from now." Game will warp forwards by the entered value. Interest. I wonder if what's happening is the vessel becomes unpacked. Right. We launch, and it cuts off the engine. Which is hilarious. Okay, it's something about simulating in the future. Bugs it out. I'm gonna have to ask in the Discord about that. But I'm much more confident in this flight program than I was in the first one. The first one was like, yeah, good enough. I'm gonna rewrite it soon anyway. This one I think we can actually use with some reliability. So we're going to queue another one of these things. We need to go back to the future. I'm sure someone on the RP-1 or KOS Discord knows exactly what's going on with this issue. I'd like to actually launch this rocket before we get the tech to make it obsolete. That would be cool. All right, nice mid-afternoon launch. What is that, 20 o'clock minus 5 hours? So, yeah, 3 p.m. at Kennedy Space Center. Let's see if this is the flight that actually makes it to orbit. I would really like for it to be. Try again, have our terminal open, have the flight recorder on, showing me, I don't know, Q. Q is always a fun graph. Delta V, There we go. Those are some fun charts. All right. And then at 2 minutes before AP, yep. Cold gas thrusters on, orienting for circularization. How are we looking here? Yeah, our apogee is almost exactly as it was in the sim. Wait, do I have a splashdown bio that I never recovered? Oops. I should take care of that at some point. That probably has some science in it. I guess it's been up here the whole time. I just haven't been paying close enough attention to notice. Hopefully the... Yeah, that looks good. That looks just like the sim. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. And then I think we should be able to, with the 56 to 57 orbital rocketry tech, start tweaking what am I trying to say? Get this dialed in for like first scientific satellite, first polar satellite, first all of those things. But I don't think we'll have to make huge changes. Periapsis, yeah! 320 by 2.7. All right, that's it. That's the... What's our contract? Oh, new orbital speed record. Excellent. Excuse me. Mass spectrometry is running. That takes 2 hours to run, so... I'm not going to sit around for 2 hours. But we do have our first probe. About time. Oh, not F3. I want F1. There we go. So, yeah, I can fast forward through these, one, and contract complete. There it is. First satellite. Oh, and I get 50 applicants. That is excellent, too. All right, so I'm going to let this just stay up here and collect science, because that's what it does. So the next one is going to be trying to get it polar. Staff, all 50 of those applicants right into researchers. And yes, I just accidentally fired 10 instead of hiring. And yes, the splash probe. Let's do that. Because that's some science that's just sitting around doing nothing. Orbiter 1 probe on a suborbital trajectory. We can terminate. And V2 bio. That's been sitting there for 2 years. Orbiter 1 I can fly. V2 bio. There we go. Recover. Normal recovery. Yes. Oh no, 0 science. Oh wait, yes. Oh, it's biological sample 2, so yeah. Suborbital trajectories for biological sample 2 are not worth a lot of science. A full coral reef by now, yeah. Yeah, the mouse that was in that probe is long dead. It did not have 2 years of food. Unfortunately. Yeah, all of these are like 7, 8, 9, so I still don't quite have enough. I'll have to wait for that. I've got 8 from the probe that's up there that's going to eventually make its way down, right? Is that 8? Mass spectrometry 1.3 plus 6.6. Yeah, 8 total in space low. There's also a chunk in flying high, which we'll just get by flying other missions with it. I mean, I can definitely fly... Well, no, I can't, because I got rid of the rocket that can fly them. So, what do I need for polar orbit? Inclination between 85 and 95, and nothing else. Oh, I also can still get the downrange 6 kilometers. Okay. I don't see any reason why this wouldn't work with my orbiter as long as I put the payload on it, right? Also, out of curiosity, because I was thinking about this earlier and I didn't really decide if I knew the answer. Let's open these fairings. 9948 versus 9260. Okay, so we do still have a boost from having like this extra stage. It's not totally useless. But like in theory, if I take this like here and I grab procedural tank. What's our diameter? 0.169? Yeah. Like 1.7 HP aluminum gridded. This is getting stupid again as far as diameters go, but if I add the sounding payload here, and then call it a 1X, I don't think this can actually hit orbit anymore. 9,000 meters a second DV. But if this can hit 7,500 meters or kilometers downrange in its ridiculous configuration with the sounding payload on top, then we're in pretty good shape, I think. And the reason to do that is just the reputation, right? So if I simulate this right now, double check everything here looks right. That, yeah. Sim. If this can hit the 7,500, then I can fly 2 of these in quick succession. Just to hit those 2 contracts and get the reputation. Because I don't have a second program going right now, so I really want that extra reputation for the subsidy. The other thing I could think about, even though I don't love planes, is I could grab the plane program. I'm probably far enough along that I can build a really badly designed rocket plane and blast through the plane program, because that'll help me run a bunch of science in, like, Earth Space High, getting, like, the camera into different biomes in Space High and things like that. The mass spectrometer, I don't know if it's biome specific, but just it needs 2 hours of flight time in Earth. Sorry, not space flight, flying high, atmosphere high. But if I can, I could do that, and that would give me a bunch of money as well, because I'll have a second program running. I just don't like planes. I don't want to do it. But I do think with my current tech level, I could push through it pretty quickly, right? I've got advanced tanks, I've got good engines. It's really just a matter of, like, unlocking the air launch capabilities and the better cockpits that can go higher up, right? Man, this thing might still hit orbit, which would be very funny. To be clear, doesn't have to hit orbit, but what is this saying? I think the propellants are probably unstable. Yeah, almost certainly. All right, physics warp this while it tries to stabilize itself. Yeah, we can just physics warp the rest of this flight. Interesting. Yeah, this does not work very well with the, our downrange is going to be miserable. Alright, never mind. I don't actually care enough. Like, if this was going to be easy to throw the 50 on there, and, what do I want to say? If it was going to be easy to throw the payload on and have it work, fine, but it's not, so I'm not doing it. Let's load an Orbiter 1 again. And the next question is if we can just put this into a polar orbit as is, or if I need a little more delta V. So if I do a heading north, pitching down, and I know this is not the best way to try to do a polar orbit from our given latitude, but whatever. The rest of this should work, right? Because of how we're doing the pitch angle down, we're already using the ship's starboard vector to pitch down, so that should be fine. This program should just work with a different heading. Let's try it. Because if this gets into orbit as is, then I can fly it again real quick. And if it doesn't, then we have to wait for 56 to 57 rocketry. Which is fine because, like, we need that tech anyway. Well, maybe. Maybe not. I could pull... If this can get to orbit, I might be able to even pull the electronics tech ahead of the 56 to 57 orbital rocketry and have it even do first solar-powered satellite before the rocketry tech, but probably not worth it. Just getting this engine up to its next configuration from orbital rocketry, I will probably be able to then remove the intermediate stage, because that's not... I mean, it gives us a few 100 milliseconds of delta V, but it's also... shouldn't be necessary. And I think removing it will help a lot with our integration costs and times. Not that I need to worry too much about those. I'm not playing on hard or anything as far as the, you know, RP-1 management parts, but... Yeah, exactly. We're going to be very, very lucky if this works. I really don't think it will. I think we're going to need the better engine first. But I think the bump from the A6 to the A7 is pretty significant. I can Google this. NAA 75 A6. Yeah, what does Encyclopedia Astronautics say? Thrust A6 was 367 kilonewtons at sea level. And the A7 was... let's see if I can find that. The A7 config is... Oh, I don't know. I'll just check it in the game. I give up. What's our AP here? Okay, so yeah, our AP is a little lower, as expected, because we're going north instead of east. All right, turn on physics warp now and just let this figure itself out. I'm dropping some first stages on Canada. It's fine. I'm not sure the first stage quite made it to Canada. That's like, I think that's more like Pennsylvania, New York, like Buffalo area. Did we make it? No, we didn't. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to need better engine tech for this launch, which is what I expected. That's fine. So let's just see what that upgrade looks like. If we just take the newer version of the Redstone engine and nothing else on this ship, go to the A7, I mean the A6H. Yeah, so this is the A6H is the actual version used on the Jupiter and Juno launch vehicles. So this is the period correct rocket engine. The So So we have longer burn time and higher ISP. 143 versus 155. So I think the A6H is going to be the better choice for total thrust. I could test them both, but I think the A6H is what we want to go for. Let's see. Move all tanks, fill, and then we can stretch you to 155 seconds, so I can go, yeah, 10.2. All right, so that's 10681 with the A6H. And if I go with the A7 instead, and we get them both in the same tech node, so I can use either one. And what's the rated burn time on the A7? 143. Yeah, so this is going to be worse. $10256. Yep. So we will use the A6H. Yeah, 10681. I could even go probably a little more than that. We've been using this engine a lot. It has a lot of DU built up, right? So I don't mind overburning. I trust it at this point. Maybe that's bad. Maybe I shouldn't. But... And then I think the baby sergeants also have an upgrade. Yeah, 8 kilonewtons, 200 to 220 seconds, 214 to 235. Yeah, so it's just a better ISP. And this is the JPL one, so this is the actual Explorer 1 engine. Can I see the 3X cluster in there? Yes. Engine, JPL config, engine, JPL config. And we are going to have to, you are the Orbiter 2. We are obviously going to have to do some tweaks to the program, because we have significantly more Delta V now. Well, yeah, from like 9,900 to 11,000, so we have like a kilometer a second more Delta V. So this should be capable, hopefully, of doing that polar orbit insertion, as well as getting us to, once we have the right tech for the Geiger-Müller counter and satellites, we can do solar-powered and for scientific satellite contracts as well. So yeah, let's sim this with just the double-checking my staging. I could almost certainly think about getting rid of this middle tank now. How does that actually look? Let's just a quick check. So we were at 1100. And this has us at, yeah, so this stage is still about 700 meters a second extra of Delta V. It hasn't changed significantly with the tech changes. We probably won't need it for all of our flight profiles, but we might need it for things like polar orbits or any heavier satellites that need special payloads. Oh, and the other thing we could do with this tech that I haven't even looked at yet, is the... where is it? Oh, maybe we don't have it yet. I thought it would have come in the... no experimental parts. There it is. AJ-10 early. Was used on Vanguard. 115 second burn time on this. All right. $115 seconds is... oh, just call it 120 even. Yep. And that is going to add some significant delta V to this nonsense. But... yeah, that's another 100 meters a second, actually. Not that much. At the expense of what is a much less reliable engine than the XASR. Because the early AJ-10s stink. What do I want? I want you open, and then I want to add... right? Still not quite there. At any rate, though, I'm not sure this is what I'm going to want to do, because, again, this engine is not very reliable. But 1,200 meters a second of delta V is hard to say no to, obviously. Oh, it's 2:30 a.m. for you. Yeah, go, go to bed. The VOD will be up with whatever other test flights I do, so... but, I mean, you already know kind of what my plans are for the next couple flights, so... yeah, see you around. Have a good night. Okay, where was I? Let's go back. Don't save, because I'm actually going to reopen Orbiter 2. So yeah, this is the one that has these done, but not the... yeah. Nothing else. 1,100 meters a second. I think switching to the AJ-10 just for 100 meters a second is not worth it. And my solid kick stages make sense because one of my leaders is solids focused. So keeping the solids on top is worthwhile. It might be worthwhile, and I don't know if I can do it with the, like, flights that I have upcoming, but, like, I could even get rid of this intermediate stage. But let's just sim this for... for the polar orbit again. Because if this can hit polar orbit, then we're going to be in pretty good shape. Oh, I forgot to update my avionics for... okay, I gotta fix that. Yeah, about 5 tons more fuel on this thing. All right, so that is this stage. And you need to support 30 tons? 30.3. All right. Well, we'll retool a 35-ton avionics. $310 millimeters? Was it 300 before? That's funny. Okay. Cool. At least it's not a huge change. So that should be fine if we sim this one. And then this rocket with, you know, these solids on top and this improved engine, this really is basically Explorer 1. Why are we tuning? Target pitch. Tried to push Nan into the stack. Fuel capacity minus fuel amount divided by fuel capacity. And that's got to be a div by 0, which shouldn't be happening? What? Engine is parts tagged in... Oh, right, because we don't have ethanol 75 anymore. That's right, we have Hydine now. That's the issue. Okay. That is fine. Yeah, so we want Hydine. That's our fuel. So let's do that. And we should be able to just revert this to launch, and it should figure itself out. Anyway, what was I saying? The A6H plus the upgraded baby sergeants are basically Explorer 1, so I might be able to do first scientific satellite without this intermediate stage if I wanted to try. The upgrade without that stage is still pretty minimal, right? Because we gained like 1,100 meters a second of delta V, but we lose like 700 when we drop the stage. So we're only getting like 400 meters a second more from our intermediate design versus actually going to orbit the right way. Oh, I wonder if this one could hit the 6,000 or the 7,500 contracts as well. That's an interesting thought. Again, those aren't super useful contracts. They're not necessary, but they're just extra, what's it called? Reputation. Right? And extra reputation is extra subsidy. And right now, we're only getting like half of our possible subsidy. So we really should be thinking about how do we push the reputation up? What contracts can we take to do that? Once we complete our first, the satellite program, I think I can take the, there are some repeatable programs about putting like communication satellites and commercial programs, and I think those give a bunch of rep. So I can look into those. I might also need to adjust this program to push our AP a little higher again. just because of where our delta V is. No, we should get over 300, 350 there. I think we're going to be okay. Over 250 anyway. Oh no, we still have 5 seconds of burn. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no problems then. Yeah, I was worried, but this got its AP pushed forward pretty effectively. And then let's, come on, let me do proper warp. There we go. 2, 1, and back to physics warp while it tries to stabilize itself. Oh, that's the other thing I didn't look at, was upgrading the RCS on this for our more Oh, I shouldn't have left this in physics warp for those stages, should I? That was bad. I wasn't really thinking. I was just letting it do its thing. But yeah, that was not numerically stable. Nor flight stable, for that matter. But let's try that again. I think the other thing I might need to do is yaw even further. Instead of being due north, I might need to go a little bit northwest. Because I'm looking at our... How do I see this? How do I see more of my orbital information? MacLeod has a panel, doesn't it? MacLeod orbit info? Yeah. Because I'm looking at our inclination, and we're only getting up to like an 83 degree inclination, and we need to be at least 85. So we need to yaw further. But let's see how this gets itself aligned relative to where I want it, which is about there. And hopefully this will be more stable without physics warp. Yeah, we are still slowly pushing our inclination up, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We are very close to apoapsis, though. Yeah. And we're very close to horizontal, relatively speaking, which is good. So hopefully when this burns these upper stages, we will see there we go. Beautiful. Yeah, oh, and this has a ton of performance, even going into a polar orbit. But yeah, we do need to yaw a little further to the left. I say to the left as if that's a meaningful thing. Instead of... let's do, like, 350. Let's, like, really swing ourselves over. Vert to launch. Alright, let's see where our inclination lands here. It's nice knowing that we do have plenty of thrust. We have plenty in our kick stages. I'm not sure we even need the intermediate stage, and I might remove it just to make the rocket a little bit cheaper. Alright, we got up to an inclination of 92, so that might have been a little too aggressive. Might pull that back a couple degrees, because we need to be between 85 and 95 for the polar orbit mission. And back to time warp while we stabilize. You know, we might be okay, actually. This stage, I think we can run time warped once it's running. Yeah, that's stable-ish. And there we go. Camera flips around, and that's how we know we're in orbit. 5 megameter AP, 430 PE. Yeah, this is way overbuilt for this mission, is the reality. Oh, what's our inclination? 91. That's like perfect. That's great, at least. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of that intermediate stage from this design. I don't think we need it. And it's just a waste of money, right? So, I mean, it's tooled. If we need it again, we can grab it, but I don't think we will. This node decouples. So let's adjust that. Get rid of some of that extra height, and then add like that. Oh, and it would help if I had this diameter set right. Which is, what is it? 2/3 of 1.25? Is that right? 0.833? Is that the number? Maybe it's just 0.8 even. Oh, that looks good. Yeah, so I just need to make that a little higher, because that's clearly not... All right. First stage. Stuff. These should fire at the same time. All right, and then we need to modify the script for this, and that means actually I want to write a copy of this file again. Because we don't have foliage engines or an XASR. We just have the upper solids. Oh, we do still need to spin stabilize the upper stage, though. So we want to do that. So we do want a separate disconnect event. And I do still want to have spin motors. Well, it doesn't really matter where they are, but... Oh, God. Oh, God. What have I done? Click. Click. Okay. What I wanted to do is take this off. Oh, but then it hides the shroud. Well, I guess the shroud is purely visual, right? So... I turn on... Where is it? Yeah. Vessel mass. Wet mass. Where's our COM? No, I want them on this alignment, right around there. And then they go in this stage. And then up here, the avionics need to change their boot file, which of course I can't do. Oh, here we go. Reread boot folder. There's a button for it. That's what I want. Orbit simple. So this is, besides not having quite the right science payload, which adds a little more mass, this is now basically Explorer 1, and it's exactly what I am going to fly with the correct science payload for my first scientific satellite. It should do the trick. I'm looking at the Delta V that we have available, and we seem like we're doing fine. So let's sim this again. Oh, we need to tweak our launch thresholds for... We locked target prograde, but we want to burn this when we're more like 9 seconds on either side, so like 10 seconds. What do I do here? Fire Zasser. Oh, we do a weight 2 on the spin engines. Okay. Wait 2, and then wait until we're staging ready. Well, 2 is plenty. Staging will be ready. Stage, stage, stage. Okay. So if we wait until our apoapsis, and then in that case we're so close to apoapsis, we want to be basically pointed horizontal. I don't even know if I need this pitch down or if I can just say lock to prograde vector. Let's just do it. Lock to ship prograde. And I think this will be basically the profile of this. I mean, depending on how I set my heading up here. But this is looking a lot like Explorer 1. sim this. And, of course, errors right away, because... what did I do wrong? Oh, there's no Zasser, of course. That's... I can fix that without needing to... yeah. Don't have to show that one on camera. I just deleted the line where we grab the XASR engine to use as a variable later. And with the ships, without the intermediate stage, this booster is going to have quite a bit more delta V over its 2-minute burn. So I might still have to tweak our profile a little bit for that. Make sure that our inclination is coming in where I want it to. Yeah. And also our apoapsis is very high here. So when we fire the solids, I mean, that's fine, right? We know the solids have plenty of kick. But just making sure that the launch profile is actually where it should be. Down to 2 minutes. All right. So this is going to stabilize itself. And then what did I say? 10 seconds. So 10 seconds to apoapsis up there, and then this should... 3, 2... yeah, and that's plenty of time for this to stabilize. Oh, that's kind of cool, and something you don't get to see on the other version is the way it kind of pulls itself out of the can as it does its spin up. Okay. AP is 610, PE is 400. That is fine for this launch profile, I think, for the first polar orbit contract. 400 and 610. What's our inclination? 92.7. That is also acceptable. So yeah, I think this can be our first polar orbit. And it just needs the new engine tech. Let me double check the contract and make sure that this looks right. And then we should also get, while we're fast forwarding to that tech to do this first polar orbit launch, it should be relatively easy to first polar orbit. Check for stable orbit, inclination between 85 and 95. Cool. So we should be able to do that, no problemo. We've got orbital rocketry coming up soon. Okay. And then satellite era electronics is pretty far out, actually. But that's okay, because I think we're still early in the program. So like a year from now, we're going to start getting a big spike in funding. And we should be able to use that to hire a bunch more researchers. Which, like, I guess I can set auto hire to a final count of like 300, but reserve like 10,000 funds. And that way, when I do build and roll out the rocket, so when I warp to complete here, we should see our science jump up, because we're going to get the science from this ongoing Orbiter 1 mission, right? Which is currently connection timed out, but I think that's just because of where it is over the planet. Maybe not. Why don't science? I'm concerned about that. Let me go to the tracking station here. Orbiter 1. Fly. Maybe I just have to have the scene loaded. Herbalism can be weird about, you know, connections. What's my current altitude? Yeah, megameter. Oh, and the battery's dead. Interesting. Let's go back to the Space Center then. I may just need to stay in the flight screen with it and just like babysit getting the research. I'm not too worried about it. Okay, let's grab Orbiter 2. Yay, it looks so good. Okay. So this needs to just be tooled, right? What are our new tools? We have the new fairings for this section. We have the stretched tank, and we have the new procedural avionics at 35 tons. Okay. I think that's fine. I think... yeah, we'll use unlock credit for everything there, and then when I go to launch this... oh, I need to upgrade the chute. I should have done that ahead of time. And also, what's the weight of this thing? Yeah, 30 tons. So let's design in... we go up to 35, 37, 38, 39, 40? No. 39 tons max. 10 days. And then it should also be adding the hydine that we need. Yeah. What's our height, by the way? 20 meters currently. Oh, this probably would have been over length if I hadn't removed that other stage as well. All right, well, while we're respecking this, let's push that to like 30. Ooh, nope, that's major. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ah, okay. So above 24, we, like, lose a bunch of commonality. All right. Modify it. Just making that height a little bit, that max height just a little bit higher so that if I do put any other stages on top, we have the space on this launch complex. And then probably at Launch Complex 3, yeah, 132 out of 157. 20. All right, that's all of our engineers for that launch complex. So hopefully, with these new limits on this launch complex, we're going to be in better... Oh, wait, needs 1958 solid rocket engines. Oh, that's this. This isn't in 56 to 57 orbital. Ugh. Okay. That's fine. Let's just switch all of these back to the T-17. Let's do one more sim. And if this is okay in this configuration, without that node, then we're fine. And it might be fine without that node. I'll want that node, I think, for the first scientific satellite and anything that starts to add more payload. But, like, we have a lot of... Oh, whoops, this is... In the dark, I'm sorry. I'm hoping that this can still hit that mission goal without the other tech. I completely forgot that solids were a different tech. I don't know how I forgot that. They've always been different techs. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah. All right, let it align the platform. And then as we come up on our actual apoapsis, 1. If this could still hit the polar mission, I'm happy. That's all that I care about. But that does not look like it is going to. It looks like we overlofted the first stage. Quite a bit. Our apoapsis is also Our apogee is ahead of our... I'm not sure what that means as far as when I burned my engines. Okay. I think what I want to do with that then is we want to be coming in lower. Because by the time this thing burns out, because it has such a long burn time, we really want to be pitched over harder. So I'm going to do that, and then we will see if that gets us into a better sort of initial condition for the solids. You know, if we can get ourselves moving forward more and up less when the solids fire, we're going to be in a better situation as far as you know. Oh, this thing is heaving itself off the launch pad. That's the other thing I could try, is strapping on a booster. But I think I need 58 orbital rocketry to start getting boosters as well. So we might not be doing that one. Okay, yeah, so our AP is much more manageable. And we also should have pushed our orbit much more forward. Yeah. And then I might still want to tilt us down a little bit when we fire the solids at the kick stage at apoapsis. Although that's looking pretty good. Like, we're pretty much at AP when we're firing the third one. Oh, hey, that's orbit. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so this is polar orbit 600 by 325. It's not a great orbit, but it's orbit. Yeah, okay, this says I have 6.7 space low mass spectrometry that was never transmitted, and that's on Orbiter 1. So I think I need to... Well, what I would want to do... Oh, God. What did I do? Like... I've accidentally centered myself on, like, the wrong vessel, and now I'm confused. But at any rate, that's fine. We can go back to the VAB for this one. RP-1, we're all tooled. Launch complex is ready. Launch? Oh, I don't have the money to launch. But once I have the money to launch, we will launch, and that will So this flight has all the science on it, Orbiter 1. I guess I can just delete the satellite, and that should... Yeah. That should let the new orbiter that I put up, Orbiter 2, in the polar orbit, start gathering the science. I just have to warp to our fund target. Oh, cannot be used while there's automatic staff. Oh. Well, turn that off. Warp to funds. Let's do, like, 5,000. 26th of August. It's currently 7th of August. Yeah, warp. That's fine. 5,000. That should be plenty for us to do the actual rollout and everything else, because engineering salaries, etc. Added Orbiter 2. Okay. Because, yeah, this thing costs, like, 1,900. It's not a cheap flight. Oh, we're still making money, even with Orbiter being built. That is fantastic. Yeah, put researchers back on auto hire. Up to, like, 360, reserve of 5,000. Sure. Roll out. Of course, that's going to be the middle of the night. Let's do a little later in the day. Let the sun swing around. We don't do a lot of evening launches. I'm thinking an evening launch into a polar orbit is going to be lovely. And I think that's going to be a great way to wrap up this session. All right, let's call it around here. And then I need to make sure that I babysit this until its science is actually transmitted. Because if I don't, we're going to have a bad time. Because I really need to get some more research points unlocked and start getting the next techs ready. All right, and then let's just warp up to 2 minutes. We've done this profile a lot already. We've seen it in the simulator a million times. $93.3 inclination. Ooh, oh, did I take the contract? I forgot to grab the contract. I'm also going to take the opportunity, while I'm grabbing the contract, I'm going to bring this up a couple of degrees. We're pushing close to that 95-degree inclination, and I don't like it. It's making me nervous, so I want to pull us just a couple of degrees back, and hopefully I should simulate it, honestly, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to grab the contract, and we're going to run this flight, and we're going to call that, like I said, the last flight for the session. First polar orbit. Done. And then let's see if this knows now that mass spectrometry needs to run. Yes, it knows that. So I'll just need to make sure to babysit this flight until the data's transmitted. And then we should be good to go. Let this get itself aligned one more time. Yep, okay, the mass spectrometer tree is running. Hour and a half left. Two, one, go. That was terrifying, but I think we're okay. Not sure what happened there. What's our orbit info? 93. Oh no, we're going to go over 95. We're over 95. I should have pulled it in even further. Oh, and we also didn't hit... Cool, this was just a total failure. Lovely. Well... hopefully we'll fly over some place where we have signal before this thing burns up in the atmosphere. That's frustrating. I don't know if that was a kraken thing, why it didn't quite get itself stable when it came in, but regardless, this flight is a failure. Yeah, the AP is way below where we want it. I think it bumped off of the can when it's staged. Are we going to be able to transmit this science? It's not going to be enough to get us to the next things we need to research anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So yeah, we're going to have to do some flights just to get science. As I had mentioned earlier, one of the options is definitely to do... yeah, we're coming in too hot, and we're done. That stunk. Oh well. So yeah, I need to decide, and I'll decide before the next week, what I want to do, whether I want to take the planes contract or not. And I'm going to make notes for myself. because I do better when I make notes. So we need to decide on lanes or not. We need to... we're waiting for the satellite era electronics research, so we need to try to try polar launch again. And then we should be able to do, once we have electronics, it'll be first solar. And then waiting for the tech tree, the research node to do, what's that node called? I'll add it to my notes that needs to be the next thing we research. Satellite era science. And then first scientific. And for first scientific, we might also need the better kick stage that we get from 1958 solids. And that will also give us the caster. Because I noticed this thing is really heaving itself off the launch pad. And 58 era solids would be... yeah. Oh, look. Used to strap on boosters for Thors. The other thing to think about, of course, now that I have this 56 to 57 orbital rocketry, and 58 orbital rocketry is when it gets real exciting. But we do have early versions now of the LR-105, and we already had, actually, the LR... Well, it says LR... What was the LR-43 here? We do have the LR-89... I think the actual LR-89 config. Maybe not. Oh, here we go. The first version used on the Atlas. Yep, this is what we want. So this would be a big boost, is for us to design an Atlas. And then I'm not sure as far as upper stages. Like, again, the AJ-10 kind of stinks. We have the Pioneer adjustment motor. This is for... Pioneer was lunar, right? So that's something for us to consider. And then when we get into 5960, we start to have, yeah, we've got Algol. We've got the Altair upper stage. We've got a bunch of options. Where is the... Oh, GCRC is here. Okay. I should also look into the GCRC as a kick stage and think about how that compares to using the Baby Sergeant clusters. Don't know why these appear twice. But yeah, getting to 56, 57 orbital rocketry tech, being able to build potentially an Atlas, but also a Thor, right? We'll also have the LR-79, and we can do a Thor. And both of those are, better options than the redstone we're using right now. But the AJ-10 isn't really useful for a while. We also have coming up in 59 orbital rocketry, we start to get Titan, right? And then the XLR-99. Do we have any spaceplane engines in the next couple of... Not really. S-155. That's a USSR engine. There might be some... Yeah, there's an XLR-11 upgrade. Used in pairs on early X-15 flights before the XLR-99 was ready. So I might be able to use the XLR-11 basically with my current tech nodes, you know, except for planes. And I could grab 2 of these, actually, in order. The first couple supersonic flight nodes, get the cockpits that I need for... Yeah, that'll get the X2 cockpit upgrade. 75 kilometers. And then we can start to gather more science using planes. And that might be a worthwhile thing to do, is start building rocket planes. And then hypersonic flight to get the X-15 cockpit. And this is the one that actually allows, like, go into space. And I think we do need to take it. I don't think we need any of this stuff, though. Like, we don't have to take a ton of the plane tech nodes. 1, 5, plus another 4, 6, 21. Yeah, 21 science in total in plane tech. And we'll get a bunch of that research back, right? Just doing... unchecked. Sorry, where's, like, crew report? Yeah, crew report. Earth. Flying high and space low across a bunch of different biomes. You know, I think the early... And we'll also be able to do flying high. I think temperature scan is... I forget if pressure or temperature is the one that's different across biomes. Temperature, yeah. Yeah, flying high across biomes here. So, like, we'll have opportunities to, Hey, Capasius. Did I pronounce that even close to right? Welcome. I was actually just kind of wrapping up and figuring out my my plans for the next session. Debating whether I want to deal with planes or not, if I need them to get enough science points for my goals. Biosample. I mean, I also still have a bunch of science on biosample, so I could just refly bio rockets. Also, an option. Okay, so I think the plan for next time, I still need to decide if I want to do planes or not, and I can think about that offline. We need to rerun the polar launch and figure out what went wrong there. I think just when it separated, it bonked into the can of the baby sergeants. So I think I need to just make sure that it doesn't either add separator motors before we do the spin up or whatever. I think that kicked it into a weird angle and screwed up the whole thing. We should be able to do first solar easily once we get the satellite era electronics. Like, I think this version of the rocket will do that fine, and we can put that into orbit. Because that one doesn't need to be polar. It doesn't have to have the research on it that would slow things down. And then trying to get first scientific, we have to get this research. So we really need our science back from other things. Yes, we can test. We can, when we're in Realistic Progression 1, includes, I think it used to be from a different mod, but they pulled the functionality in. But it has simulations. Yeah, so I can run, instead of paying to launch my rocket and all of the cost that it has, I can run the simulation and, you know, effectively make it for free, and especially when I'm doing everything in KOS, right, with all my scripts, which I think it was just sitting on the script screen there. Being able to run the simulations here and tweak my scripts before I do the final launch is really, really nice. Alright, anyway, we hit first orbit today. That was the goal. I'm excited about that. I'm bummed I didn't get the polar orbit to work correctly, but I'll mess with that next time. And I think next time there's no reason we shouldn't be able to knock out the rest of the early orbital contracts and start moving on to doing some of the more interesting ones that pay us a lot of money for launching satellites for private companies. Getting the early Earth observation. Yeah, here we go. Early commercial applications. And this pays us a bunch of money. Yeah, $140,000 per year for early commercial applications. And we basically get paid to make our comm satellite cluster. And having a comm satellite cluster is going to make all of our other flights and our science recovery a lot easier. Oh, this one's early navigation satellite cluster. Okay, whatever. Nav network, but I'll have them set up as comm relays. And then yeah, these have a bunch of other commercial telecommunications options. And then the early Earth observation satellites, I think, is also basically paying us to do cosmic ray science and things like that. And pushing to early lunar probes as well. Oh, and once I get first scientific satellite, I don't even need to wait for the program to be done. I didn't realize that. Okay. So once I get first scientific satellite done, I can grab this program. And this really makes me want to not grab X-Plane research, because I want the slots available for this. Because then I can start pushing on lunar flyby and things like that, and that's a ton of science. But we're going to need the tech for it. But that's probably not next session. That's probably the session afterwards. Because I've got a bunch of launches already on my plate for the next one. Yeah. I am solidly team no planes. They're not fun for me. Like, I'm thinking about doing them because it's going to pay me a bunch of money, which I don't necessarily need, but also it's a good way to get a bunch of, you know, Earth flying high research. But really, I should just, like, I can get research points now. I just have to fly the right flights to do it. You know, and I disassembled a bunch of my sounding rocket. How do I see my launch pads? Yeah, like, I disassembled my... Oh, yeah. Use a rocket to go max. Yep. Well, I mean, I think realistically, when you look at, you know, if that's supposed to be representing an X-15 flight, then it is hypersonic, unpowered for the majority of that flight profile, right? Because the X-15 gets high enough up that it can be flying so fast that it doesn't, or it's flying high enough up that the drag on the atmosphere doesn't pull you down, pull your speed down until a while. But hitting that flight profile is hard without, like, the orbital rocketry tech nodes, right? Because you need to be able to make an X-15. But yeah, I haven't really done planes since before the program's revamp. I just avoid them. But I've noticed that my science points are, like, low. And I think that's because I was too good at some of my other flights. So I need to, like... Biosample 1, I still have, like, 10 points in space low that I never claimed. Like, I could fly a few of those. Biosample 2 is slow, but I could do it. And maybe the thing I need to do there is thinking about grabbing EDL to get the first heat shield, because then I can basically do a... do a Leica with Biocapsule 2 in orbit. But also, once I get this science, the Geiger-Müller counter, magnetometer, micrometeorite detector, video, you know, all of that. I remember what the watt is. Oh, it's off the top of my head. Let me double check in CCAN. Z-Theme is the name. Z-T-H-E-M-E. Or Z-Theme, I suppose, if you're... live literally anywhere else in the world except the US. And then this layout of the research tree is also another mod. And I forget what that one is. But I know that that one at least is linked from the wiki somewhere in the optional mods to get the this better, in my opinion, better tech tree layout. Okay. Well, I think next time I've got to just get my polar satellite to work. That'll give me the tech points to get satellite aeroscience. Just its presentation. Sorry. Yeah. It swaps... It just shuffles things around so that they're laid out a little better. It aligns the columns by the, like, materials science and electronics research nodes to kind of... I think the original tree has things researched, has things ordered by year. So, like, this 56 to 57 node and this 58 solid node have the same material science requirements, but they're like, yeah. And then this version of the presentation obviously also hides some of those links, right? Like, avionics and probes here still needs early human spaceflight science research. There's just no line drawn because that's really just clutter. And I think that's a huge part of the decluttering, is just the, like, cluster things in columns based on the eras, and you still have to do the blue sky nodes, but they're a lot easier to work with. All right. So yeah, I think next time is going to be figure out what went wrong with my polar flight, because it ran fine in the sim and then it was a disaster. That will get me the science that I need to start this node, and then I probably just fast forward until this node is done, and then I can put up. I mean, it would be nice to get this one too, so I get the baby sergeant upgrade, but it's not as critical. But I think a baby sergeant upgrade and maybe slapping a couple casters on the side would help a lot with consistent Delta V. And then obviously I want to get early avionics and probes, but that's that is another 7 points that I won't have until I get this research done. Once I can get up with, like, an early television camera in a polar orbit and just get every single biome, then, like, that should solve my immediate science issues until I can get into lunar orbit and then really make a lot of money. Right, because if I find the, like, under P for television, or V for video imaging 1, Earth. Flying high is not much science, but yeah, space low. 11, okay, times 1.5, but still 15, 16 science just from getting video imaging 1 going, and there are others in that node. And then that means I don't have to refly biological sample flights just to refly them. I can think about when I really want to be working on developing dedicated satellite launches for the advanced capsule to, run in orbit for a while, and ditto the bigger cameras. Those are going to need to sit and run in orbit and then return the science. But that's definitely pushing beyond next time. Next time is going to be a few more early launches with my Redstone, designing the Atlas, and starting to play with the Kerbal script that I need to get the 1.5 stages working on an Atlas. And then hopefully with those capabilities, we can really be pushing into some of the commercial contracts and also just getting a ton of Earth science and then moving on to lunar stuff. I'm really excited to try to write a KOS script that can do a whole lunar mission profile. That'll be really, really cool. To be completely hands off the keyboard from entering the scene to lunar flyby or lunar impactor. Yeah. So those are the plans for the next couple of sessions, and Thanks everyone who's tuned in. Thanks to the chatters as always. Thanks to everyone that watches these on YouTube. I've been getting a bunch of really positive comments from people that have been finding my YouTube channel via the KSP stuff, and I'm glad that y'all are really enjoying this. If you are watching this on YouTube and wanna join on Twitch, the link to my Twitch is down below in the doodly-doo. And if you want to do anything to engage with the algorithm, that is always appreciated. Thanks again, everybody. I'm sorry the last flight of the session didn't go as well as I would have hoped, but we did hit orbit. That's what matters. And next time, I think we should make progress pretty quickly, because I think the same basic design and the same basic script are going to serve us for several of our upcoming launches. Yeah, thanks. Thanks one more time. I always say thank you too many times, but thank you all one more time. Tomorrow is Pyanodons again, and KSP will be next Wednesday. I'm doing it every Wednesday right now. Ta-ta for now.